everything nowadays has AI. At some point, we don't even know what it actually means. So in an effort to stop $10 million budget games from winning indie awards and stealing the spotlight, I, a certified bedroom indie developer, outraged by this situation, proposed a new mathematical metric to determine what the true definition of indie is, to finally settle all of the Reddit discussions once and for all. And folks, we might ruffle some feathers. Might. Hair. I call it the indie score, which proves that most games calling themselves indies nowadays actually are not. But before we start cooking, what are even the ingredients that make up an indie game? Let's find out. Should it be this new game called Mixtape with a supposed multi-million-dollar budget, a huge publisher, licensed music, and a whopping 10 review score from IGN? Or should it go to the crazy guy who spent over 4 years making all of the code, art, and music, living off of his savings, who then struck it big? Or the indie dev receiving $200,000 from an indie publisher to continue making games in their mom's basement? That blows. It's a joke to the guy. The guy who made this calls Jonathan blows. Well, according to the literal definition of indie games, which are games made without a financial and technical backing of a major corporate publisher, all of these technically meet the requirement. Well, I wonder what this one is. But by this definition, EA, Valve, and Epic are also all indie studios because nobody owns them. It's like calling a billionaire self-made because they don't have a boss. And we all know EA is anything but indie. Well, maybe an indie wallet drainer. Now the problem is, and really it's a good problem to have, is that it's now much easier than ever for people to publish games without a publisher, and that's largely thanks to Mr. Gabe right here, where it only costs $100 to put a game on Steam. Which, by the way, you should totally get my own game on there. See how cute the little cats are? It runs on your desktop. Okay, I'm gonna go back now. And while the landscape of the game industry has been ever evolving, maybe in not so good ways, we haven't really updated the definition of indie to match, which is causing some companies to abuse it because apparently it's trendy to pretend that you're poor when you actually are not. Is this gaslighting?
Jacob with the sub.
Maybe. But the reality is that there's a lot of different things we humans,
almost
yes, I am a human, subconsciously look at when labeling a game, like judging someone's house.
Logic Vibe, how are you doing today?
I mean, it's valid. Do they have a huge team of white guys, usually? A lot of money. And does it really make you feel indie?
Whoa.
So that's what it feels like.
Okay. Now all of these are valid, but very vague questions, because really they depend on what our preconceived biases are, which is why no one can seem to decide what the heck an indie game actually is. It's why Claire Obscura 33 with an expedition of 30 people, what the heck? with tons of ex-AAA developers, a budget of around $10 million roonies, and a 6-year development timeline, won Best Indie Game at the Game Awards in 2025. The publisher's own CEO called it blurring the line, and then it won Game of the Year award and the Best Debut at the Indie Game Awards. They basically won all the awards, which it's a great game, but it's not an indie game. But this was before they found out they used AI textures in the game, and then they had both awards revoked. Whoopsies. Swear. In my eyes, yes. Look into my eyes. This is not an indie game, and honestly calling it one is disrespectful. Not everything needs to be humble, okay? Sometimes we just gotta be honest with ourselves. That's what I learned in therapy. So to come up with the best and most accurate indie scoring system ever, we first gotta talk about tiers. And for that, we need the big pointer. That's cringe. Now usually we just have indie, AA, and then a AAA. AA typically has moderate budgets of around $2 to $20 million-ish. which is
Vanessa, how's it
pocket
going?
change. And usually bigger team sizes
How's
have
your stuff
over
coming along,
50
Jacob?
people. Life is Strange, Helldivers 2, and A Plague Tale: Innocence are all very good examples of this. This is a great game, by the way. AAA games have much bigger budgets now, $100 to $200 million indies, with hundreds of thousands of developers like GTA 6.
Why am I calculating move
Well,
and
this one
slide
might
twice?
be quadruple A. That doesn't sound nice though. Call of Duty or The Last of Us. But this isn't the last you heard of me. This hurts my eyes.
Turns out the government tracks a lot of data, and it's scattered all
The
over
government.
the place. Data on prices, jobs, benefits,
The government.
healthcare, defense, immigration. Just the facts from USA Facts.
But indie is different. Because when you're working with lower budgets and smaller teams, the gap between one person with nothing and a studio with $10 million is massive. Way bigger than the gap between AA and AAA. See what I did?
I started Little Doctor Game Jam this week. The theme is cyber space, so I'm remaking Tron, but I'm not gonna call it Tron or contribute any credit to them. Yeah, I was hoping to be able to join Pagorli and Els, but I didn't want to like overstep my bounds. So, I guess I should just focus on what I'm working on here. So, I have an idea for something, but Vanessa, how you doing? I'm gonna close that out. Too distracting. Norton antivirus. I should just make a game that's the story that John McAfee gave when he lived in South America, which is wild if you haven't heard it. So now I can't jump as high because I was calculating everything twice. So we gotta double the jump height. I do feel like jumping twice as high is good. Gotta have your Jordans. Norton is backwards for no Tron. What's with the rich people killing people? Oh no. No. He the way he talks about it. I don't know what the police came after him for, but they like shot his dog in front of him. And at least like I have to find the story. It's wild the way he talks about it. I learned the Mr. Wonderful guy killed a few people drunk driving on his boat. Mr. Wonderful. Who's Mr. Wonderful? Thought he was accused of killing someone. That's why he went there. I think it's the other way around. Somebody was like killed on his property, and then he was accused of killing them. Who's Mr. Wonderful? Shark Tank guy. Who's the Shark Tank guy? He ran because he did it. Oh, I don't know. I'd have to look it up again. I mean, he came back to the States. Kevin O'Leary. Who's Kevin O'Leary? Sorry. He's the guy building all the data centers now, right? And anybody who doesn't agree with him is a Chinese operative. Let's see if I can find the thing about Legal issues. It was Belize. His neighbor was shot. Even though there was no proof that he did anything. There was a wrongful death lawsuit, and because he didn't show up in the court, he was ordered to pay. Wild. Are you pumped to watch UFC tonight? No, I'm fine. I'm fine. It's okay. We're 3 elections away from President Kameho. What was the guy? The wrestler guy who gets elected president? Although technically Trump was a wrestler. Camacho? Yeah. Kim Jong-un playbook. Yeah, it's always funny when he trails off talking about how beautiful a man is. It's like, hmm. Okay, we've got the right numbers. Now we got to process these into camera directions. He's an ass looker. He likes looking at those asses all the time. All right, let's see. That's good. Now we got to try and translate this to camera movements. So rotate Y would be look X. Rotate. Look Y. Okay. It's working, but it's in slow motion. So we've got to multiply it by not mouse sensitivity, but look sensitivity. So now we need a config file. Oops. Config. Mouse. What would we call this? Look. Speed. Let's try that. Go over to our code here. Multiply it by player look speed. Whoa! Okay, too much. Let's multiply by delta. And I can never remember if I need to do this or not. Okay. It's weird how on the Y it's way less. Oh, because we're still using the wrong number. Okay. Okay. So now I can walk forward. I can look around. Okay. I'm getting some metal patching epoxy on Monday. And when I get that, I'll be able to put it on the car and where there's the leak. And hopefully for the coolant. It's not an oil leak, it's a coolant leak. And then hopefully we'll be able to go from there. Okay, so now we've got controller movement. I can move around with the left stick and look up and down with the right. It seems choppy to me. I don't know why it's choppy. Don't know why. Looking good though. Could be a little bit more sensitive, but we'll go with that for now. Now let's map the throw buttons. Did I already do that? No, I have no way of switching weapons right now. And I mean, maybe we just have this one out. Okay, I can't throw it or anything. So let's look at that. No way to get to edit mode from the controller. Jump is what? Do we do A, Xbox A? Is that pretty normal? And hotbar 6, I guess I'll just kind of map this to a button. We'll just do left shoulder. And then primary action is I guess primary action is left shoulder. Secondary action is right shoulder. Okay, let's try that. Oh, but 6 brings it out too. There we go, and then jump. We want to double our jump height. So times 2. Or I guess we could just write 10. And the same with our speed. 10. Okay. Whoa! That's one small step for man. Jeez Louise. Okay. Is speed related to... So how do I double my jump height reliably? Let's go to 6. And see what that gets us. Six is not high enough. The jump's a little more floaty right now, too, because gravity is half. So there's that, too. Ah! Okay, controller support is a go. Not too shabby. First pass at it. Still needs some work, but let's go ahead and commit. Javelin destroys certain block types, falls to the ground, and can be returned. Okay. Let's make sure we do have the returning thing working as well. So to get bar 6, we're just gonna shoulder trigger button, left trigger. And now we can do the return as well. So let's do that. Trigger, throw it, got it back. Throw it. Got it back. It's up there. Come over here. Okay. Got it. Okay. Get ready for the ride of your life. Justin, how's it going? Kind of psyched. Psyched about what? I'm working on a fighting game. First one I've ever tried. Oh, nice. What style? Like what kind? Talk to me. Wait. Now you're doing it too? Now hold on now. Well, now I feel like I feel so left out. I should have joined. I style is going to be Smash Bros. Style with martial art, attack and block. 2 weeks. Man, I look so fat right here sitting like this. Like, look at what's going on. That's weird. Weird. Well, hmm. Well, I mean, I feel like a little doctor I always want to support too. Trying to find the jam, the latest jam link. Do it. It'll be fun. Won't everyone get mad at me? Because it's like the whole thing I'm working on right now is a result of a jam game. I feel like my wife would kill me. Apparently, I joined the jam. Hmm. 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 That's a quick 2-week adventure, Morty. In and out. Nathir, how's it going? Where do you get your character models and stuff from, Jacob? I'd feel better about it if I... Hey there, haircut. You look much faster. I'm speed. Everyone's pressuring me to join the Little Doctor game jam, Greg. They're telling me that I'm a loser if I don't join. It's wild. How's the Metroidvania going? Well, jams are always stressful, but they can be fun. So I've got this morning's progress we're doing everything from the controller. So we can look around. We can bring up our weapon, we can throw it, and then we can recall it. Let me show the recall here. Throw it and then grab it back to us. So we can do this, jump here, come over here. Yeah, do you think I can make that? I feel like I can make that. Yeah. And then we've got, of course, destroying the sand blocks. That's working. And then jump over here. And then come down. And then grab it back. So Simple Life was itch, might have been a few bucks, but Googate, I made the cauldron and block bench. Nice. I guess I would say, what would you need to do with that way that I work on in order to complete this one? You never know what's going to come out of it. It's actually comical. Thanks. Yeah, it falls. So we want the smoke to come out from up there. So right now it's being spawned on the on that, and so we have to change how it's spawning. And it's based on the Y coordinate because it's an emission. It's based on the Y coordinate of our thing, so we have to fix that. But we want a little bit of smoke when it misses. And you can see a tiny spark too when it hits. Okay, well, in order for my idea to work, I need people models that I can just kind of slap in somewhere that have animations and stuff that look like people. I feel like there was a website where you could just download people models somewhere. Was it Cinti? But it was all like free stuff. Mixamo? Was it Mixamo? Well, that's an animation library. Okay. But I still need the models. Maximo does the animations. Cinti. Models. Polygon game assets. Let's see if this is it. They kind of look like this, but they're definitely free human models for video games. Free 3D. There was a website that I found that was just like models and it doesn't have to be much either. Open game art, maybe. Wasn't itch. Maximo. Let's check out Maximo. Maybe I'm thinking of Maximo. Maximo. Get animated. Characters. This might be it. Yeah. This'll work. Man, Claire's tatted out. Look at Claire. Or no, what's going on with her? Is she just kind of messy? What's going on with her shading and stuff? She's got... I don't understand, Claire. I mean, if we tell you Maximo and that's the one a ton of people use, and you ignore it, what are we to do? Huh? I feel like this kind of... No, this wasn't it.
Huh?
It was like this. Maybe this was what I'm thinking of. I always feel like somebody's watching me. I always feel like somebody's watching me. The renderer isn't awesome. Really? Huh. I feel like this is Linux. Your mom is Linux. Well, I can do Brave, but Brave is another Chrome. So let's do Firefox. It's weird. It's almost like when you develop things, you would take into account other platforms rather than the one you're on. But how am I to... Because generally when I play stuff, so it works fine in Firefox. So something with Chrome right now. Okay. So I guess we'll use Firefox. Take a look at this. I always feel like somebody's watching me. We don't need, for my idea, we actually don't need, it just needs to read like a person. Like this might work, just getting these little robot dudes. Humanoid models, auto rig, and apply animations. Okay. So here's my idea that I had. I was working on it in my head when we were at the kids fair. I would start out with a video about Palantir and interviews with the CEO. And it would be present day. And then it would say, 2050. And then there would be a brief series of like news reports and stuff talking about how the kill chain and everything. Basically, the implication is that the kill chain idea of Palantir, because this happens with all militarized equipment, it ends up in our police force. So in about 20 years, 20 or 30 years, Palantir's technology ends up in the hands of law enforcement, local law enforcement. And so there's a growing use of it against civilians. There's a squashing of speech. Mostly, something that basically concisely says these technologies are being used to squash our freedoms while protecting corporations, right? And so it sounds like a blast. Well, we're talking about cyberpunk, right? So the game is essentially you're trying to destroy the workings of the systems that are being used to abuse the rights of people with these technologies while trying not to get caught doing so. Hacking Palantir? No, you'd be destroying the equivalent of flock cameras. So I'm imagining there would be like drones, just like really common drones, surveillance drones, and they would all have like, I was thinking that there would be, I was thinking more in broad strokes about like what the world would be like in the future. There's the establishment of a new division of three-letter acronym for our government for basically like if you're to think about a growing fascist state. So it would be called what was it? The either the Freedom Defense Force, FDF, or FDU, Freedom Defense Unit. But the word freedom means nothing. It's about curtailing people's freedoms. And like, you protest something online and you get a knock on the door from the FBI. This is already happening right now. So companies, when a large company does something that disturbs us, they get one visit from the FBI. But when individuals protest said company, hundreds of people get visits. And it's like, we think someone reported that your speech is inciting violence. We want to talk to you about it. Do you know anyone who would want to do violence against this and that or whatever? That kind of stuff's already starting to happen with the people being against the data centers and whatnot. And it's very clear the contracts that are being signed with local governments, there's non-disclosures, so they can't even tell the people who they're not listening to anyways when they say they don't want it, what these things are even doing. So yeah, it would be just like you're hacking these systems and you're trying to like disrupt and maybe even do some bad things to try and like stop it from to destroy it and pull it down. I don't know, something along those lines. But I was thinking it would primarily be, and it sounds like this is what Pogorely was doing though, unfortunately, so it's kind of the same thing, but it would be like terminal driven. So essentially you're in a terminal and you're doing all this stuff through a terminal. Sounds like a big scope. Nah, that's just like talking about it. The execution of it would be like very small commands that you're executing. Like everything has to be designed. Yeah, I mean, that's making a game. You don't get much for free there. I think I do with the Godot GUI stuff and everything. That's the terminal's really easy to pop out in Godot. So that part would be straightforward. But essentially, you know, the cyberpunk is, in my opinion, the complete mixture of corporate and state. That's to me the recipe for it primarily. So you have a techno, what is it like? I don't know what the term would be, like a technocratic state mixed completely with completely corporatized state. Like the world is technology. Technology is used to control. The control is coming from the state. The state is controlled from the corporate side. That's to me cyberpunk. But so, well, fuck it. I'm doing the thing again. I am not leaving the Metroidvania behind. That is absolutely, I'm so in love with what I'm working on with that that's not going anywhere. I won't tell your wife. All right. So code. Cyberpunk, the game, the movie is the working project for this. We have to do it in compatibility because it's going to be web-based. That's what he said about all of them. I'm not telling. I won't tell either. No one say anything. Shh. All the titles, all my Go Live titles are the Metroidvania thing. Okay? But we know. Shh. Right, but they released every single one of those games, Jacob. That's the difference. Every single one of those games was a product they sold. The id guys were working for a company and they released a game a month. I think it might have been more than that. Cyberpunk, the game, the movie. Here we go. User interface. We're just going to build the terminal really quick. So this would primarily just be one line edit, and then we spit out the rest. I got like 90 more games till my doom. You know, but no, I think the id approach is the model to go after. Pop and Palantir. So that was the other idea, was it was primarily that you were focused on one data center that was heavily militarized, even though it was not military. It was a standing military. It's everything the founding fathers warned us against. It's a standing military in our country, but it's not called that. It's called the Freedom Defense Unit, right? Or some shit like that. Some bullshit 9/11 sounding thing where it's the Patriot Act, right? It's so there's some inciting incident that creates the need for some new force, right? This would all be covered in a very brief intro thing, like super fast. But just the idea that there's basically a new thing outside of your local police, outside of the FBI, outside of this, but is primarily tasked with monitoring and arresting and disappearing and all this kind of stuff, people that are a threat to the systems that are used to monitor the people in the first place and shit like that. So something along those lines. And the biggest threat that they respond to is any attempt to stop any corporate activity to continue to grow the side of that, right? So there's major corporations that you're not allowed to, and people just, it's got a chilling effect, right? People know you're not supposed to talk about it. You just don't say anything, like, because you get a visit, you know, they show up at your work and shit like that, right? And so you just like, and then they, you know, just like a massive chilling effect on people trying to say no to this stuff. Anyways, okay, so rich text label. Let's do that. Okay, let's make this big. Make this big. And make this expand down. Okay, and so then all we want is, we're going to call this terminal. And this is going to go in scripts and scenes. Scenes. Terminal. Control, create, save. Terminal. Save, scene, terminal. Done. Okay. So let me go over here. Terminal. There it is. Poop the power. But it is happening right now at the data centers. It's happening right now at the data centers. There's a lot of videos right now of it, of people getting visits from the FBI about their speech. Some of it's bullshit, but some of it's real. Input line edit. Line edit. Rich text label. Output. Rich text label. This is interesting because this would be my first attempt at having some sort of politicized thing. Most people, I'm going to make a jam game where you throw a rock in a hole. Cricket, ours is about the crumbling of society. I know the last jam game that I released was an inner tube game, like floating in the sun, like fun summer game thing. And I'm like, the world, dystopia Earth 2050X. My game names aren't making it through. I'll find one that meets cricket standards. Funk ready. This I was programming this in my head yesterday at the kids fair. I was like, okay, this is how I would do this. This is how I do that. I want to have the idea of pipe in the game where you take one command and you pipe it to another command and it like makes it more, you know, does more. But the idea is to make people feel like they're hackers, right? Like that's the big part of it. But I like the idea of combining like news feeds and audio elements to let you know like what your impact is having. So diegetic, like possibly you're sitting at a desk, you see your screen, and then you can glance over at the news on the TV, and then, but news on the TV, right? That's ancient, right? So maybe it's a feed on, maybe it's like a social media feed or something like that. Got to go harder, is what he's telling me. Let's do it. Let's find a font too, once we get our inputs going. Input line edit. Text changed. Connect. Func. Input changed. And text changed is what? A string. Value. String. Connect. Input changed. So what we care about here is if there's a carriage return. Can we get text change text emitted when the user presses the UI text submit action. Default is enter. So maybe this is what we want. So this would be execute command. Execute input. We don't know if it's a command. So that goes away. So this is it. Print, debug, execute, %s, %value. Let's just turn it into an incremental. Are there any cops? We need like police looking guys. All right, let's see if this works. How do I get to text submitted object null? Oh. Derp. Input line, edits, output rich text, label, run it again. Test. Okay. So that works. Cricket wants us to go hard our names. Pound Palantir's poop portal. So what are some things? So SWAT. SWAT is an example of the militarization of our police force, right? So what does SWAT stand for? Special Weapons and Tactics. Palantir's proboscis puts pressure on the photosphere's planetary proliferation. Dear God. So I feel like FDU sounds like a good thing. And like, what is the name of the airport security that came out of 9/11 that made a bunch of people rich? So that's the other thing. The FDU is technically, yeah. So TSA name meaning. I mean, guys, this is the trend. You got to be real about this. Transportation Security Administration. So everything gets categorized as a threat to freedoms, but everything that's getting categorized as a threat to freedoms is really squelching our freedoms. So it's actually, it's in the name. it's really not doing any of that, right? Transportation Security Administration. What's the first fucking thing we do? Scan people's fucking naked bodies through machines, right? And we're just okay with it now. It's just like, well, they're not actually in the room with you, so they don't know that it's your naked body they're looking at. And it's just like, okay, and we're just still okay with this. And it's still going on, and we don't even think about it anymore. And it's like, well, but it's a grayscale version of your naked body. And it's like, well, okay. Going to the airport. I'm traveling.
Do you want that for lunch?
Yeah, it looks great. Salad washing, automated technology. So what would be what I would need? I just need a little lore in my head as to some sort of incident, some event to trigger this. The worst part is when you have a boner and they're doing that. They've accused me of trying to smuggle an AR because dude, they still make you do the shoes thing? Or did they finally stop doing that? Last time I flew, like a couple of years ago, I had to do the shoes thing. Each airport has their own shoe bombing rules. Last time I checked, TSA has failed every single testing to smuggle weapons and stuff past them. As a function of what it's supposed to be doing, it has failed. And I never would know which one of the airports has until you try and be more prepared and they end up yelling at you. Right. I still haven't been compensated for the glass slipper I broke during. Jesus. I have to always take out my foot explosives. It's real annoying. I mean, you go and you look at these people working that job and they're just like less engaged in. I have never seen people who hate their job more actively in front of you than TSA employees. They are just like the most disgruntled people I've ever engaged in. You know what's funny? When I was traveling and the ICE agents were running the airport, it was actually way more chill than it usually is. That's funny. It's because they didn't know. Well, it's actually because they couldn't do anything. Can you blame them? They have to interact with people nonstop. I don't know. They didn't know or care. Yeah. It was like the old days of flying. Every time you watch Home Alone now, the scene where they're running through the airport is like, oh yeah, this is where the movie would end. They'd miss their flight. Also, I'm wildly melanin deprived, so maybe well, that's true too. Got a little brown in you, and suddenly it's a different story. But I mean, I'm sure if you're if you have a low melanin count and you have an accent, it's, you know, if you have a low melanin count and you have a beard and an accent, that's really gonna set off some. Suddenly, they're gonna want to have the dog smell you. Small airports. Yeah, small airports are the chill ones. But I always like to have TSA pat me down. I elect for the pat down. I'm going to make this as uncomfortable for you as it is for me. I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding about the pat down thing. Oh man, once I travel, and if I'm at an international airport and it because we're changing planes or something, I am so careful about not having to go through the security again because I just don't want to do it. Oh, by the way, are you good to leave out of Boise for PAX? I'll check a few flights again to see if the pricing is better now for your local airport, just in case. Yeah, Boise should be fine. Okay, so then it's as simple as the execute, and then it goes into the output rich text label, append text value. So we'll do that. And so we command, easy enough. And just to refresh my own memory, if I do ls, okay. So we output something and then we bring up the terminal again. So taco. So this is the kind of behavior we want to. Now, what I'm going to do though is instead of constantly bringing back the bash here, every time you execute a new command, the bash, this clears out again. So the active cursor is just going to remain up here. So what we need is the blinking cursor, right? We need the like flashing cursor element. So wherever your cursor is, we need a flashing thing. This actually might be hard to do, at least using Godot's control stuff, but maybe not. We'll see. I guess what we could do is at the end of wherever your cursor position is, are you turning America into a mud? It is feeling very mud-like, isn't it? Let's see if we can get our cursor position. Text, edit. Can we actually get where the cursor is in world space? Caret blink. Okay, so we just have the caret blinking ability right here. See, this is getting easy. So caret blink on. And we have the blinking time. That's great too. That we can do that for stuff. Okay, so now we've got a blinking caret. Good. Okay. I feel like it should be blinking a little bit faster, so maybe a half a second. Even faster. Let's do 45. Did I click off of it? That's good. Okay, so we've got a blinking caret. Column. Caret's column position inside line edit. When set, the text may scroll to accommodate it. I'm not sure what that means. Force display. If true, the line edit will always show the caret, even if not editing or focus is lost. No, we want it on focus only. Okay. So what are we trying to do here? If we can hack systems, we can like hijack cameras and stuff. How do we let the player know of any progress? I think it's just vibes, man. I don't think we're going to have like bars and anything like that. It's just like you're trying to like push back and you're getting feedback from like newsfeed or from social media. feeds, that kind of thing. So the more you're pushing, the more that noise is happening. And then maybe some of it is you're like getting on the radar of stuff. So let's get a command thing going. So we have a list of commands. We'll have a list of commands. So I think this is going to end up being very easy to do a lot of this stuff. Commands. Do we borrow real world net stat? Routing tables and interface statistics. So command net stat ping SSH and let's see. Trying to think of other now it's a learning game too. Nah. This is like this is like Zachtronics if it's learning. It's like really superficial. Pogorli, I'm doing it. I'm joining the jam, Pogorli. I wasn't thinking about it, but then Jacob's like, "Oh, I'm doing it." And then Medusa's like, "Oh, I'm doing it." And then they're like, "You should do it." And I'm like, "But the game, everyone's going to get mad if I switch over to something else." And then they're like, "You should do it." And I'm like, "But guys," and they're like, "Do it and keep it a secret from your wife." So I'm like, "Okay. I guess that's what's happening." But I don't want to do it. That's what I said. And they're like, "You'll listen to me. I'm the dom." And I was like, "But I don't want to." And so now I'm doing it. I thought you weren't doing it because you were in the middle of jam. No, that I already told everyone when I was working on it that I wasn't even gonna meet. The jam's over. I missed it. I wasn't gonna. I'm still. That's the game I'm working on, but I'm not. It's not a jam thing anymore. If the next in 2 months or whenever the next Metroidvania jam comes around, if I like the theme, I'll try and take what I have and put it in that. But I don't wanna. Let's see here. So, how do I get to 6? There we go. Oops. 6. There we go. Trace art. So trace route. So we'll call it trace route. Do we want In-map. In-map is probably the most important one. DS, how's it going? Had I realized you weren't doing the Metroidvania gem, I would have asked if you wanted to join our team. Well, I was wondering, I was like, because I'd mentioned it, I was like, hey, well, shit. Net cat find. We could do grep. Grep might be one we pipe through. Grep. Expected initializer after constant. Initializer const. Constant name. Expected initializer equals initializer. I'm confused. Expected initializer after constant name. Guys, am I having a stroke right now? What are they talking about? Const taco cheese. Expected initializer. What? Is anyone else having a stroke with me? I assume there's still time to join our team pending L's approval. Yeah, I mean, I was working out. I kind of had an idea of something when I was doing the kids fair yesterday. Manual. Getting started. Scripting. GD script. What am I getting wrong with const right now? I'm using const like enum because I'm a fucking idiot. Wow. Okay. So PS Too much Boolean. You've been watching Boolean too much? I never have time to watch Boolean. Does he use a lot of enumerators? I mean, that's the way to go. Enums are nice because you have like the human readable element. The name for his reading points is enums. Oh, okay. Yeah. Pseudo. Don't get mad at me, DS. My channel points are called tinfoil. I don't know. I'm trying to be cute, but I don't know. I just can't do stuff like that. I'm just not good at it. Or I don't know. I don't know how to. Pseudo's a good one. Okay, so then we do match statements. So execute input. Right now we're doing a pin text in map. So how do we have systems? How do we have systems that we're connecting to? Sudo is a superpower. So let's think about this. So like in map, so let's do a real in map and see what it looks like. There was a game that came out a long time ago that people thought they were actually hacking in it, and they got real freaked out about it. I have to install Nmap. I don't have it. Okay. So I think for our needs, it's just going to be like, okay. I'm scanning my network right now. I'm hacking my own network. I've been, I would name my channel points Tibbs to confuse people. I've been wanting to make console incurses Sudoku game called Coup that only works as root, so you have to type Sudoku. That's great. Okay. So here's the right result. Okay, we're scanning. So we need the idea of a network, and what is a thing that you can connect to. So basically, we need endpoints if we're to do this. So we'll create the idea of an endpoint. An endpoint is for now just going to be an object. Endpoint. So we can have different endpoints. And so enum type camera computer. They're all computers. Workstation. Let's call it workstation server. Camera workstation server. What other kinds of router? Cell phone. Smartphone. No one calls it smartphone. Camera, workstation, server, router, smartphone. Those are good for now. And var IP integer. IP freely. Mm-hmm. So guys, I need we'll see. We need like a fake CNN name. IP var type. This is CNN. So we need a network that contains multiple endpoints, objects, and var endpoints is an array of endpoints. And we need var firewall bool. This is a little weird. I just realized Cricket forgot a shirt today. I'm nude. Let me just take it off. Let me take off my shirt so that the shirt color is, I need tassels for my nips. I need tassels for my nips. And we want to be a quick way to generate a fake network. So we need a function called like generate endpoints. And it's fake in the sense that we just need to be able to pop something out. So, which segues nicely. Should I get an Airbnb with a hot tub in Seattle? Oh my God. How far away are we from the date? These are plans. We're making some real plans. Is the facility having a hot tub important to you? No, it's not super important. Turkish hats with the tassels. The fez hats. Oh, we got our, hang on. We got to bring this back into the stream. There we go. But a hot tub would be fun. I'm not going to say no to a hot tub. I'm not an idiot. Generate endpoints. So we need a way to kind of randomize this with some probabilities. So generate endpoints is going to take an array or a dictionary. It's going to take a dictionary of endpoints. So endpoint types, endpoint type, and some sort of probabilistic number. So a float. Endpoint probabilities. I don't know how to fucking spell. Probability. Oh, snap. It was Jonathan's Blood's braid on the other side of it. He streams here. Kind of fun peeking in. What? Fez. Remember watching the Fez with some other indie. Oh yeah, it was John Blow. It's September. I'll give you time to figure out if you're 100%. No, I'm committed, dude. I need to be clear. I am committed. I'm going. I mean, I have everything I need to go now, so I can go. I used to be committed, then I escaped. Endpoint probability. So then we generate endpoints. So how does that work? The probability of those specific endpoints, but also the number of endpoints. So endpoint probability and number of endpoints. Let's do it that way. Generate endpoints. So we'll say number. Endpoint probability. Not quite sure how to do this with range of endpoints. So the point of this is that this is an integer. Range of endpoints is really two numbers. Start range, range start, int, range end. So if we do this right, when you go into something, you'll be like, oh, there's a lot of cell phones here. Like I must be in a cell tower. Right? Or I don't know, some shit like that, right? Endpoint cell tower. Oh man, I missed that storyline. Sorry, dude. I gotta buy my PAX tickets. Me losing my job this month shook me. Wait, what? How did I not know that? Did you say something? Did I miss this? I know you were talking about leaving. It's all good. I'm still there till the end of the month, and it's hopefully a good thing. I can do some work on the game. Stuff craps out if I'm gonna try. They leave it up to the last second. I'm not out yet. It's the end of this month. Oh, so you're jumping ship, or they're kicking you out? But you said shook me, so that implies they kicked you out, right? If I lose my job, I say we form a game dev powerhouse and make a game. Yeah, dude, did you see the latest video from Aramis? He's got 3 games he's releasing all at once, and they're all incrementals. Just to see what sticks, basically. Or he's got 3 demos coming out. Oh, damn, yeah, I hadn't heard or picked up on or paid attention to. I don't watch Aramis's videos, but good for him, I guess. var total endpoints equals random integer range between range start and range end. Okay, so now we get our total endpoints is random, and we determine the range at the beginning and ending range. Endpoints, generate endpoints, network. How about we just say range start, integer, range end. So what if it's just a descriptive of the endpoint itself? Int. So basically what I'm working on right now is creating fake network topology. So we're just trying to generate some spoofed bullshit just so we can create the world of like, oh, there's a bunch of devices here and stuff. Endpoint probability. So that's where we say, So this is starting to turn into not an object, but a resource. So we're going to call this a resource network. And then we'll give them names. So we can call them things. So endpoints ends up being a non-exportable value because that's generated on the fly. Endpoints is internal. Name. So these are all exports. Should I change the name? Should I change the title of my stream? Let me change the title of the stream. Working on Little Doctors, LDJ, Jam. For 2 weeks. Theme. Cyberpunk. Done. Yikes, that's a good time to jump. What's going on? Yeah, but it works weird now. There isn't much work. Each meeting is just a little hostile. Well, so let me go back. So my boss said I better give them a month's head up, but then they had to do layoffs, and they said, okay, you can leave with 2 weeks notice. And it's more like if you stay, you got to put 200%, and that ain't happening. Everyone's getting hostile. Shit. You know a way that you can pull 200% out of people? Retention bonuses. But what you're saying, when they say they want you to give 200%, is you want me to get a 50% pay cut. So you want me to work twice as hard for the same pay? Huh. Or is 200% not even, 200% is not even twice, technically, right? Yeah, they ain't doing that, and they don't have a plan for anything. It's crumbling. What industry is this in? Mostly gray area junk. So it's kind of the tech equivalent of like a phone bank. Okay, so name, range start, range in. Endpoint, so probability, we'll just call it probabilities. No, I mean a phone bank. Like people who just call to try and market. I don't know if that's the right term. Oh, okay, yeah. But like just like the tech version of it. We actually had a place like that here, but it disappeared overnight. And it there was just like a big building and nobody ever went into it. But it was like they needed a physical space for some reason or something. It was really weird. So that's where it gets complicated. They're also talking about making me a full-time employee, which is less expensive than keeping me on as a contractor. But the Rayleigh office is the only office I would go to, and it's a hiring freeze because it's too full. So depending on how important I think I am, I'm the only person who fully knows SAS and IPS. They might renew my contract. It's good to be important. I gambled. I wasn't important enough to get a pay raise. So, but then they hired me in as a consultant and paid me like almost $300 an hour. So it was like, okay. But then there's other parts to it, like how the org change split up developers and product managers. I'm a little bit of both. 18% done on the scan. So just so you guys know, an in-map scan, depending on how deep you go, takes a ass long. It's slow. Okay, so we have probabilities. So we do all this. Now we don't need any of this. And now we can create a description of our first endpoint. So let's go ahead and create a folder called data. Let's go ahead and create a folder in scenes in scripts called scripts. Let's create a folder in here called resources. Let's go ahead and create and put the endpoint in there. And let's go ahead and close endpoint. Oh, no, it's network. Network is the resource. So network goes in resources, and then endpoint goes back out. And now we're going to go ahead and rename network to resource network. But then there's other parts to it, like how the org change split up developers and product managers. And I'm a little bit of both, literally 50 different variables factoring into whether it stays. The critical thing, Greg, is that whoever finds you important doesn't get dropped. Because then if they do, you're out, right? So that's like how the cookie crumbles, it feels like, right? So if you know, like if you're playing the odds and you know your guy is safe above you, then the chances of you being retained is high. If they really find you useful or whatnot, right? But if they're gonna drop him, then you're probably out too because they won't even know about you. If that makes sense. It depends on how well the org is known by the rest of the org when they're starting to chop things. Wouldn't last full time in an office employee, so I would just hang out for a paycheck while I look for something else. Right. The last part is that they are leaning towards getting rid of my SaaS platform, which would take at least a year to transition off of. And they wouldn't be able to start that with a new hire learning my system. Right. Yeah, if you're responsible for some sort of core system, then you're probably all right. And if you're tied to marketing and marketing's safe, then you're probably all right. Right. So I think you're probably all right. In a weird way, you might be safer than we'll see. I don't care about being funployed for a few months. Unemployed? Okay, there we go. I can parse words. So we have a resource network now. So let's create a fake network. Why do I call it fake? Let's create a network. So we're going to do resource, network resource. Here we go. Let's call this cell tower. Okay, so now we have a cell tower. Uh-oh. She's listening to the stream. Oh God, she's listening to the stream. I have to talk. She's not in the room right now, so I have to talk in secret. We're gonna talk in code for a little bit, okay? How about size range and oh no, what do we do? How do I sit? What is breathing? What are these things? What do I do with these things? I don't know what to do with these. I don't know what to do. So we're gonna say a cell tower. How many cell phones are typically managed in a single cell tower? Okay, we'll find that out. Size range, we're going to go from... And the descriptive element of this is actually more... Because it can be a resource, a network resource can be a resource of networks. So it can be recursive. So we can say export var networks is an array of resource network. Trying in the back of my head, I'm like, how do I gamify some of this stuff? So that's rolling through the back of my head right now as I'm doing this. We'll get there. Networks. Okay. So I think what we're going to do is say that cell tower endpoint type. This is where things get weird. The import type itself might be a network. Or I guess it would be a router. Resource network. No. Resource router. This is a router. And so we're going to rename resource network to resource router. Okay. Only thing to do to really worry about is not lose home and feed pets. Yeah, that's the parental instinct right there. That's good. So I'm getting a description about the complexities of cell phone towers right now from okay. Mm. In-game's not dying though. Don't talk like that, Greg. No, I'm serious. Okay. Jacob and Greg. I mean, the problem with working with Jacob is he's a weird Unity guy. So, I mean, he's kind of a loser when it comes to engines. Oh, good, honey. Good. Yeah, everything's going good. How are you doing? We're all fine here. How are you? 2 more of those rice bowls in the fridge. Good. Are you doing no. I'm working on the we're working on the Metroidvania right now. What? The title said jam. Oh, that's weird. It must be a leftover from a previous stream. Did Miss Cricket mention how young you look in that hat yet? No, she hasn't said anything. She doesn't care about me. I'm gonna go talk to Jeff Twitch about this buggy platform. Tim Twitch. Tim Apple. Timothy Twitcher. I was just thinking you look 12 again. That must be why. Totally. 12-year-old with a beard. I mean, it happens. It happens. Let's say that the range is between 10 and 100. He's been reincarnated 15 times. And the probability is 100% router. And if we're going to generate this input, generate might not need to be a resource still. But we'll be okay. It's really the probabilities. Probabilities might need to be the thing that's a resource and nothing else, but we're fine. Endpoint type is router. That's not enough for us to do anything with. Probabilities. For endpoint index in total endpoints. So we subloop this. Total endpoints. Probabilities. So we have to somehow generate chance of creating the thing. So global scope. So if we just have a random float value, it's a number between 0 and 1, right? So if we normalize the probabilities that we've created, and then we pick one between 0 and 1, that's how we pick it. So we have to normalize the probabilities that we're giving. Musicians should just not get into small planes and flying vehicles. Probably just avoid that. Yeah, apparently. I closed the thing because it was Reddit. I was getting distracted. But some pop singer died. Oliver Tree. Yeah, that was it. It was a helicopter crash, sounds like. Guys, helicopters are hella dangerous, man. Like, oh, Rio. That means they were probably flying around the Christ statue because they have helicopter trips to fly around the big statue of Jesus. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a drink. Okay. So standard IP ranges. So what we're going to say is if it's a 192 address, it's a home router. That's like a giveaway for the player that it's a home router. If it's a 172, then it's probably a small business, and this is government or corporation is the 1000, the tens. My P range is about 4 to 6 feet max. Are you serious? That's wild. Jesus. BP's like a racehorse. That is wild. I've noticed as I've gotten older, the sensation to feel like I have to pee happens more, but I still can hold it. So I don't know what that's about. And I like pee with massive volume. So it's not like little trinkles either. But I drink a lot when I stream. So I have to pee a lot when I stream, like afterwards. Mountain Dew bottle at your desk. Yeah, don't drink it. Don't drink it. That's not, no, don't drink it. My kid comes and sneaks up on the stream. No. So to normalize a number, I would take the number, the amount of each. So there's 6 total, and the numbers are total this. We divide by 6, we get down to a normalized amount. We take the normalization value, we multiply that by, so I think we can, so we don't have to distribute amongst the percentage. We have something that we represent as a percentage value. So probabilities of workstation on a cell tower, or we'll call it a workstation, is very small. Probability of a camera is also, well, but not only is it, we need, interesting. We're going to need to be able to describe, okay, we're going to get there. Smartphones, very likely. Like, we actually kind of want to have fixed ones where it's like, there will be a range between this and this out of it. We want to guarantee, so we want to do this like, so we might need to have a probability type that we're using. I think we will. So let's do that. So we're going to do new probability. And this inherits object. Okay. Percentage is a float. Var guarantee min is an integer. Max, maybe we have a max is an int. Export type can only be built-in resource, a node, or an enum. Probability. Extends resource. That's bullshit. It absolutely exists. Let's go ahead. WTF? There we go. Jeez, that was frustrating. Sometimes Godot is just like, I don't know what you're talking about. So corpo gov private.
Oh, that's cool.
Cool?
Yeah, cool.
You think it's cool?
It's cool.
It's not cool.
Adrian in it. How's it going? Let me do shout out. Maybe if I don't put a dash in the username, that would help. Maybe if I spell the username right, that would help too. Thank you for the raid. How's it going? What brings you in? Melted my brain with algorithms. How you doing? I'm doing all right. I am the master of switching projects, but we're doing a jam. I'm going to switch it up at some point and work on my main thing, but I'm getting something ready for a jam game. Or a game jam, I should say. We're doing tree cutting tonight. I don't know. I put the tree cutter on the back burner for a while. The way I put it is that the game was not bringing me joy. I think it's a really good idea, but I was not happy working on it. Every moment of working on that project is a drudgery for me. So I think I need to go back to it and like refactor and really start to love it again. But my brain, I just was so unhappy working on it. It was seriously affecting like my well-being. So I kind of put it on the side, but I think it's a really solid idea. Yeah. I don't know if you've ever had a project like that. It's the only time I've had something where I'm like, I think this really has a lot of selling power, but I can't stand working on it. And it's so much friction to get to where I need to go with it. But I've started working on, I can show you the other thing that I've started. See what you think. Give me a moment here. So I have this kind of PS1 style graphical stuff going on here, and it's working on like a Metroidvania kind of meets Minecraft blocks for making it so I can design a world real easy. And I have this little spear thing we can throw and use it to like climb. Those are sand blocks, so when it hits sand, it destroys the block. And then we can get it to stick on those over there. And so we have a built-in game editor, so we can change the block style, block types and stuff like that with this. Lay blocks out. We can cut, copy, paste groups of blocks and delete them. And then another thing that we have is we can return we can Thor's hammer, grab the thing back to us. So we're working on abilities in like a gym to try things out, see what we think of it. So I joined the Metroidvania Jam month and I started working on that. And I was like, I really like this. I think I have some good ideas for it. And so that's like what I'm primarily working on right now. But I'm notorious for switching and I hate it. Now I'm doing this jam thing, but it's for a good friend and his jam, and so I want to support the jam and do what I can. And so I'm going to do that as well. And so it's cyberpunk themed jams, 2-week jam. So I'm making a fake terminal for doing fake hacking right now. Okay, so camera. So workstation, we're going to say min 1, max 10. We won't even set a percentage. A cat rescue call at 9 Lives Matters. So this is cell tower small. Max is for cell tower small, we'll say 10 routers max. Let's do this. Let's do some math here really quick. Calc 256. So 1,000, 256. Let's say 10,000. Small town 50,000 divided by 256. So max we'll just say 10. Let's see. One to 10 workstations. Router. Resource probability, percentage. Ten routers. I don't know that we're going to have a size thing here. The other weird thing too is if we're saying there's a chance of a router, how many devices inside of that? Right. So this is where things get a little weird and I have to kind of wrap my brain around it. But let's get it to generate ranges. Minimum 10, maximum. Let's just say minimum 5, max 10 for a small cell tower.
Please sit down and have fun. Just sit down and have fun, damn it.
So I don't think we need the concept of a grapefruit. Thanks for the follow. 9 Lives Matter. Growling is just like a marketing ideas guy lately. Let's say min 3 routers or 3 workstations, 1 to 2 workstations, maximum 5 to 10. We want some predictable elements to this because what we want to do is okay, we don't even need total endpoints. Okay, things are coming together here. Everything's coming up Millhouse. For each endpoint. Okay. Okay. Just about to get it so we can get this command going and showing the randomness of this. We're going to connect to a cell tower. We'll create like 7 cell towers and we'll connect to one of them and we'll do some stuff to it, right? So that's what we're going to try to do right now. Maybe we can have an end game with this. Maybe there's a goal, a singular thing that we're trying to do. Shut down or end something. And you're working towards that by getting different pieces of information. Collecting an understanding of network topology and stuff. And maybe when you do an attack, so you can get into a network And if you have to attack the network in order to break in, that's when you have the chance of getting discovered. But if you can just kind of sneak in and just look, and like you won't be detected. But the minute you start to try and like shut something off, intercept something or certain things like that, like that's when the probability of like getting discovered or getting on something is high. But endpoint type probabilities. So now we have resource probabilities, min max. It's a workstation and a router. So what we need to do is describe the IP type of. So IP type is not corpo. This is a. Cell towers would be private. Or no, cell towers would be corpo. So cell towers are corpo. Okay. Probable endpoints. If I save this, we're going to lose everything I just did. Workstations 1 to 2, routers 5 to 10. Workstations 1 to 2, routers 5 to 10. Why don't we just call them endpoints? Endpoint probability. Okay. Workstation 1 to 3. And routers 5 to 10. Okay. So for each endpoint type, so now we say match endpoints. Endpoints type workstation. And we take and we say endpoint probability, endpoint. And now we can get our range. So we do random integer range, endpoint probability. So then we're going to have an array of devices, we'll refer to them as, which is just a series of endpoints. So there's our recursive element. And endpoint now has to be a resource, because otherwise we can't talk to it. Here, random range, min, endpoint probability, endpoint. And until we need specific things, we actually don't need anything else here. Little doctor, I decided I'm doing it. Everyone convinced me to do it. Var device count int equals. Oh yeah, I'm stoked. I'm scared. I'm scared, little doctor. I'm excited to see you play this stuff though. I like how personable having a jam that's not huge is. I think that's neat. What do I do? Do I tell you about what I'm working on, or do I just kind of keep it quiet? What am I supposed to do? I feel like you're Inspector General walking in. You're like the yeah, the mail inspector. Is that what they call it? Inspector General? I'll be right back, guys. My kid is blowing up in a way I've never heard before. No, you can hang out. You can hang out. Okay. We're back. Yeah, I'm trying to do the classic hacking thing in the game right now. So I'm trying to get like a terminal going and commands you can do and networks you can get into. Stuff like that for now. So Cell Tower Small has workstation up to 3. He didn't want to make a Tron game like the rest of us. Yeah, my game's going to be really depressing and sad. Are you excited to excited to if I can make Knack cry, I'll have won. Knack's just like bursts into tears. It's just for 3 hours he's just like can't stop. He's just wailing. Kidding. Oh shit. Okay, so we'll pick a random count and for each thing we create a random. So now we need to have a system for creating a random IP. I'm trying to be as realistic about this stuff as possible. So IP type corpo, gov, private, and internet. So, so we need to have a function to get an IP or create IP. Create random IP. And I guess if we know our total count, can we know our total count ahead of time? We can. And then we just can create a range of IPs. A random. You know what? We still would have to do the same checks every time. But it would be cheaper to just do it all at once. So we could just stash an array of integer endpoint. It's a dictionary. And int is the IP address. Would you rather A, be within easy walking distance of the convention center, or B, in nice accommodations? Assuming the closer one is not fine, but nice like some of the ones that are 10 blocks away. What are 10 Seattle blocks? That still feels like walking distance to me. But I understand if that's not. So, and I mean, we can always just use the BART or whatever the hell they call it there. They have a different name for that shit there. I don't know what it's called there. It has some name, right? So we can just get like a bus pass thing. I mean, the walk would take 50 minutes. Yeah. I mean, whatever you're feeling. The tram is super nice. So wait. You're going to PAX 2? Jacob? I have a car if we get real lazy. Okay. Yeah, either way. City driving, though. Ooh. Always freaks me out. But yeah, whatever. I want to. I usually go every year. And this is that year. Nice. Yeah, we're going to hang out with Jacob, Els, and Wallaber. I want to start a professional sports league called the Ultimate Farting Championship, but instead of having cage matches, because that would be ineffective, for this, they would be armored glass cages. Wallaber's got a booth this year. We should dress up as his booth babes and just have like really revealing outfits. Like a halter top, some underboob.
Shut up and take my money!
What the hell is that? Gifted sub to Growling from Dustin. Thank you so much, Dustin. The PAX volunteer enforcer is supposed to help with that. Oh, if he needs to go pee-pee or poo-poo. Be sure when he has to go, you have to really press him on what he's going. Is he going pee-pee or poo-poo? And like ask him like, do you do pee-pee-in when you go poo-poo? And just exactly like that. We have to do that. Are you going pee-pee or poo-poo? In all seriousness, though, Seattle already smells like piss, and then every 10th convention goer will also smell like piss. PAX Law state that I must stink the stinkiest. Are you going pee-pee or are you going poo-poo? Which one? Tell us. Okay. Okay. So now we need to generate a random middle range. Now, resources don't have a ready function. They have an initializer. So random middle range. We're going to decide, so based on type, corpo gov private internet. What are the names for the different octets? IP address octet names. One, two, three, and four. Octet 1. This is octet 2. Octet 3. Octet I guess IPs need to be strings. So if it's corpo octet 1 automatically equals 10. If it's gov octet 1 equals, what did we decide? 172. Private is 192. And then for internet, it's different. We're going to do a random range that it's not one of these. So we got to figure that out. So for now, we'll just say 255. And so then for octet 2 and 3, depending on just importing the model. So it's just a resource file. Resource? Yeah. I mean, you can kind of know it when you need it. So our random range here is between 16 and 31. Is Randy range inclusive or exclusive? Inclusive. So I think that'll work. For octet 1. And then for octet 3 or 2. And then for octet. Now, typically you wouldn't see this, but we're going to do it just for making it noisy and seeming more real, I guess. So octet 3 on all of these is 255. Or octet 2. So that we can decide ahead of time, octet. Guys, I might have to end the stream. I'll be right back. My son didn't get a good nap last night. He's going crazy. So octet 2, this is octet 3. My bad. Kids with energy and or cranky. It's tough. It's tough. And the ultimate, like, they're dead tired and you got to find a way to trick them to go to sleep. Close to getting this data structure the way we want it. Endpoint first. I think we might have to use inheritance. So resource router inherits resource endpoint. And therefore, this becomes something different. Endpoint has IP. So the assignment of our IP still has to come from somewhere else. So this will create random IP. This, these octets should be assigned on the endpoint parent. Okay, and then when we do that, that's fine. But if it's an internet address, the only thing that gets weird is if it's an internet address. We have to be careful about that. So IP type ends up being an endpoint. So it's not even an IP type. Okay. The structure's coming together, boys. Our fake internet is starting to become a thing. Endpoint's going to have that. So this is more device type. And if it's device type, we can just call it device. It's not IP type, it is just type now. Var type. So now we're back to type again. So there's corpo. So export device, export type. Okay. IP is procedurally generated. Whether or not it has a firewall might also be proxygened, but maybe not. IP goes with this. We can have a getter for IP. Return. And IP is a string. And its return percent s dot percent s dot percent s dot percent s percent octet 1 octet 2 octet 3 octet 4. Okay. So now we can get the IP address by string.
That's cool.
Cool?
Tiny victories.
Yeah,
Thank you for the
You
raid.
think it's cool?
It's cool.
It's not cool.
What brings you here? What are you working on? All that stuff. The common questions. Almost did the raid command. Shout out. Tiny victories. I know why you're here. M sent you, didn't she? Tim, how's it going? She's making some sweet, sweet tools. Let me give a follow if I'm not already. What kind of tools? I'm doing a jam game to help indie devs. Nice. I'm doing a jam game for Little Doctor's Jam. And the theme is cyberpunk. And so you're basically going to be hacking terminals and doing all, hacker-esque stuff. But the main idea that I have is that this is about 20 years in the future. The Palantir tech stack that exists for war, as is very common, becomes sold and repackaged to local government in the United States. So the Palantir kill chain and all of that stuff eventually is imported back to use against civilians. And so you're trying to resist. So that's the pitch of the story for the game. And then I'm just building I'm building fake networks. Basically, I'm building a way of mocking networks up, and so that in the game it's different every time, but then you're trying to achieve a certain goal by hacking different systems and stuff like that. So that's kind of the deal. I made a game dev app for helping with GDDs and ideation, pre-production, social media. Oh, and pitches. Nice. Oh, Em already stepped on your toes. She gave you flat tire. Nice. Nice. Well, that's really cool. I gave you a follow. Are those going to be just available somewhere or what? Let me see if you have a VOD. No VODs. Okay. Thank you for the follow. Of course. Yeah, so you're going to have a bunch of commands that you can execute, and you're going to scan networks and stuff like that to try and hack the mainframe and erase the startup database. All right. Endpoints. Okay. And this is just straight up type now. So yeah, I'm working on creating IP ranges and things like that to sort of create the nuance of a network, creating styles of a cell tower has probability of these kinds of devices and so on. And so you'll be able to just through topology be able to start to tell I'm probably in a cell tower and I'm actually looking for a particular cell phone. So I wonder if I can find it, that kind of thing. Oh, for sure. No, don't worry about it. It's in early access. Yeah, definitely link it if you want. Go ahead. I'm going to be right back. All right. Sorry about the delay. I'm back. My brain feels slow right now. Yeah, if you got to raid and run, I totally understand. Nathir, what's up? Tim, I haven't seen you in a while. I hope you're doing good. So just to give you guys a little kind of rundown of what I'm currently working on, besides the jam game, I can show you really quick. It's a Metroidvania. We're using Minecraft-style blocks for the level design. Right now I'm working on like a gym for playtesting. I'm getting it ready for playtesting. This morning I did... I added controller support to the game. And last night we got some stuff going on. So we have this little spear thing that we can throw. And then we can bring it back to ourselves. It's going to flip back to us. It's going to look really cool. It's not going to come back to us that slow. We're going to slurp it. Right now we're tweening. So it's always the same speed. But we want it to come whipping back to us and like... But anyways... So we can throw this thing, and then we can jump up on it. Jump up on it. Whoop. Let's go back around. And climb up here. And then throw it over here. So we've also got like a PS1 kind of grid color palette and dithering and whatnot. And then we now have like you can throw it at certain block types. And those ones will... those ones will break. And so these sand blocks, the spear actually breaks them instead, and it falls down. Then you can grab, whoosh, bring it back to you if you want. And the way it's going to work is if you throw it and it goes beyond a certain distance, it's going to just come back to you naturally. So that's our first kind of ability that you'll get in the game, is what we're kind of messing around with that. And then we have an in-game editor. So if you want to... it's basically like creative mode in Minecraft. You can set blocks, place them and erase them, and cut, copy, and paste, and delete chunks of like big volumes of blocks. You can select the whole area and move it around and stuff. And then we have the boundary you're seeing here is a room. So this is a room area. That's for the map making stuff. So that's where this is all at. We have like enemies and stuff too, but right now I'm not worried about that. I'm working on the gym stuff to get it sort of like something that you can play around in. Got to feed my cat before he starts eating his brother. All right, totally understand. Bit of a slow day, but good. Nice. Do a shout out to Tim. If you're not following Tim, you should. Tim's streams on Twitch, does YouTube, makes games, and he's just a really nice guy. So if you don't like nice people, then don't follow Tim. But anyways, so yeah, we're trying to I'm just getting the random IP generation stuff going. And so if you'll excuse me, that's what I'm working on right now. And so we want to, it's kind of like we need the least IPs. So for a router, we have an array of endpoints. That's not very helpful, is it? It's devices. And if is devices unique to a router? Yes. And then we have endpoints. Are we using this anywhere? No, we're going to get rid of that. This is going to go on our main endpoint thing. So endpoint is just sort of the universal term for any device. I guess we could call it device. But it's really just a network address. So size. So we have our, yeah, we're not going to do that. But we do create endpoints in the router, and then we're going to lease certain things inside of it. And we're going to have a reference of those things inside of it here. Devices. I guess it's just a list of endpoints. But if it's just a list of endpoints, how do we sort by, we might have to have it be sortable somehow. We can sort by the end address, so that can be the integer. That can be the last octet. So never mind. So then we'll do back to dictionary. So the int here is the last octet. So octet 4 is int. When we create a random IP, we're going to pick between the last octet. So create random IP. All it does, create random address. And random, you know what? It's random octet. Devices. It'll be okay. My son has been so bad today. Is it octet? It's octet, right? Not octet. So let me go back over here. I don't know why I got tect. I'll be right back, guys. I gotta deal with my son. He didn't get a good night sleep last night. He's losing his mind. What a bummer. We're back. Okay. Sorry about that. All right, so we have to set octet 4 to some random value. We don't need to return. We do return it. But it is octet 4. Gets assigned something. So var we're going to do underscore octet 4 random range between 0 and 255. This is where things get weird. Can I pick a random? How about we have an array with numbers I forget, can an IP address have a start with 0? Yes, okay. But we're going to start between 1 and 255. So how about we pop a value off of an array that is populated with the possible number values. That way I don't have to keep checking to see if it's available, right? So var available addresses. Available octet 4s. And it's array between array of integers. And on our initialization, we are going to say resize to 255. It's really 254 because we're going to be between 1 and then we're going to go available octets 4 in index and available octets and size index. Then we say available octets index equals. If we're just by our, it would just be a set value. So index equals index, but it's not that. It's not that. It's index equals index plus 1. Okay. So we create the list of available octets. Fraser Ash Apartments in Seattle now. So now we want to pop a random element off of our array. So I can do a random range. Is there any sort of rand? No. Shuffle. Bro, it's that easy. It's that easy. We shuffle this some bitch when we're done. Shuffle. That's it. And then we just pop, 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 pop. And then we're just constantly grabbing the next available one. So we create all possible things in that range, shuffle it, and now we can just grab one. So the main thing is you have to be sure to pop it off. So return available octets, pop, front. There we go. So we're taking it off the stack. It's not create random IP, it's create random octet. And I suppose this can go on endpoint. Okay. So everything is, you can see the Space Needler from here, I promise. Pictures, you know, pictures or else. Got to have a picture of what it looks like. They all do, and it looks the same in every one. Tough competition. We do a shout out to M Audio for all your audio needs. Visit M Audio. M's presently busting ass on her Goose game. Goose is the new duck. Tell your friends. I went to that computer museum. It's gone now. The one that was commissioned or paid for by one of the Steves. The lesser known Steve. Steve Allen, I think it is. One of those early Steves. Okay, so I think we're to a point where we can try and create a fictional scenario. A fictional. I don't know how else to describe it. We have cell tower small. So let's go to the mall, everybody. Let's go to the mall. Bar. Resource. It's just an endpoint. So this says resource router, but it's technically going to be an endpoint. So let's try again. Resource endpoint. Cell tower new. Go there. Device is, it's corpo automatically. Cell tower. And it's not cell tower. Yeah, it's cell tower. Terminal. Oh, it would be router. So now router, hang on. Here we go. Resource endpoint. Cell tower. It's corporate. Okay. Okay. because it's inheriting it. Okay. And probability gov internet. Okay, so those have the wrong things now. Let's fix that. Endpoints. So this needs to be resource endpoint type. Device. YouTube video uses AI to describe contents of video. Have you seen that YouTube is now generating fake shorts based on other people's shorts? So they'll use the creator's voice and information about the video that they had prior and just make an all new one with AI. It's not cool. Yeah, it's wild. Wild. They own you. You have no control over yourself or your IP, so to speak. I mean, what do we have to do? Is that the solution, is to trademark our likeness and then sue when that shit happens? And be like, no, you can't do that. Probably. Somehow they're going to know, oh, that's a Disney actor. We're not going to do that to a video with a Disney actor in it. They're okay. Disney has control over their likeness. You can now. Matthew McConaughey just did that. Well, all right. All right, all right, all right. Good job, McConaughey. Yeah, all right. Yeah. Cell tower resource endpoint equals preload. All right, all right. Scoobity doobity bop. I'm McConaughey. All right, all right. Scoobity bop. It's me. All right, all right. Scoobity bop. McConaughey. Print. This is a lot of code to have written and never tested. Cricket's getting really cocky. Okay. Believe it or not, it all worked. At least as far as I can tell for the, let's check out our octet stuff. Let's print, IP, :%, and just see what we have. We don't have a 5th octet, so, or 4th, so it's going to be 0. This is weird. But okay. 10.154.174.0. Do it again. Yep. Okay, it's working. Yeah. So that's working. It's boats. What's up? Can we just say MM and add an and? We got a good snack. We can just say MM and add an and. We got a good snack. Looks like you got ourselves a good snack. Now hold on. Now there's still some meat on those bones. Got yourself a stew. So there is a problem with this initially existing. So we need to connect to... So we need SSH is our first real command. Let's rename endpoint to resource endpoint. Same with probability. Cyberspace. Oh, shit. We'll have to start over now. Let me see. Where's the theme? Go back to the announcement. Cyberspace. Well, I'm going cyberpunk with cyberspace. We'll be okay. Cyberspace is a very 90s term. Let me rename my stream. Sorry about that. Well, geez, I'm way off topic then. I'm going off the deep end because my brain misheard the... Do I change everything right now? No! It'll still work. Okay. Thanks for ruining everything, Itspos. Gosh. Golly. Cyberpunk can involve cyberspace. It can involve your mom, too. We don't have a caret for rich text label. You can be a cyberpunk in cyberspace. Glad to be of unservice. Completely unhelpful. It's funny to be like, oh, you'll start to collect username and passwords that are common. It's like, what company ever does that? And it's like, it happens a lot. It happens a lot. Okay. All right, guys, I might have to end the stream. We're back. So now we need a parser. So first we're going to split the string. And we'll get the very first value and we'll look up if the command is available or not. And if it's not, it's going to just yell unknown command. Splits the string using delimiter, returns an array of substrings. If the delimiter is an empty string, each substring will be a single character. This is the opposite of join. If allow empty is false, empty strings between adjacent delimiters are excluded from the array. Empty strings between. Okay. If max split is greater than 0, the number of splits may not exceed max split. Okay. Var, and it returns an array of package string array. Packed string array. Split inputs. Split input. Packed string array equals input split. And then we're going to match the first. Execute input. We'll put it in strings. Percent. What is tech trivia and how do I beat second favorite? Oh, I'm not doing that anymore. I should get rid of that from the. I used to have a redeem that you could do, and I would read a random tech question, and then whoever got it right would get a point. His name is second favorite, and I am the best, so I should be first. Okay, so now we have a string, and what we're going to do is var. This is where things are a little weird. If we do has, I guess we could do it as uppercase. Can we do all lower? For now, we're going to not care if it's upper or lower. Command keys has command keys has our first split input 0. This is going to be more in a loop. And 2 lower, 2 upper. We have to uppercase it. So if it has the command else, we're going to output rich text label. We're going to append text. And before we do any of this, when we execute input, we're always going to clear it out. We're not going to have a rolling. I don't think we're going to have a rolling history. Append text. Command. %s. Not found. percent. Split input. 0. Pass. Okay. SSH. Execute. Okay. Some random letters. Command blah, 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 not found. Okay. So it works. So now we want to connect to this IP. So we'll do an SSH and match. I must bounce. Have an awesome day, Cricket, and all the other turtles here. Thanks, Tim. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. So now we're tasked with translating. Ooh, this is kind of hard. We have to do this with a dictionary. We might be able to use it with Git. I want to share my Not Tron game in Discord if you want a peek see. Yeah, do it. I think I'm gonna fail the assignment here, guys. I think I'm already on track for failing the assignment. Looks cool. I won't download you for that. Very cool. Very cool. So I'm confused about find key and its return value. So let me do a print. Found null. Godot get enum value using string. My enum get stat string. So it's just get, not find. There it is. Okay. So that's our key. Var command is command equals this. There it is. Match command SSH print debug SSH. SSH. Okay. So now we can establish, based on text input, does the command exist or does it not? If it does, we can now break it out to a big ass match statement. One of our favorites. Big old match statement. Execute input. How about this? We we return here. That way we don't need to. I'm wondering if we can avoid nesting, is what I'm wondering. Yeah, so we can say not has. If command not has this, then we do this and we return. Otherwise, we do all this. And look at that, we're not nested as much. There we go. And we could return true and false, which might be useful if we start doing a pipe. Okay. So I think we have enough to get rid of that. There we go. So now, when we're trying to SSH something, we have the commands, we have our split input, and so we know the rest of the following command. So then we have to look for, and we're going to simplify it. We're going to simplify things. Let's just do password. So split input, we're going to look for var password is string. And it's going to come from split input. If split input has -p, we say split input we need to get the value at its direct location. So is has a bool? Yes. Find. Okay, and we'll get the integer. Find dash p. Prefix. Password. Offset is an integer. This tells us where we're looking for the next one. Var password offset. And then we go if split input size is, and this would be this integer plus 1. If input split input size is less than or equal to password offset, then we continue on. And we say password equals split input password offset. Might need a better way. There's probably a gooder way. There's probably a gooder way to pass the parameters and strip the parameters associated array of parameter and value. Or it would be like a dictionary of parameter and value. So probably want to do that. But now we get a password. And now we're going to try to connect to the thing. So we have the password SSH. So we need an IP. Now SSH typically, let's go SSH commands. Yeah, first set is the IP. Var IP. That's a secure shell, I think is what it is. Nice. Okay, so string. For now, I'll just do a pure comparison. So IP. We need a shell indicator so that you can tell when you're in another computer. So we need like a bash. What about like alpha symbol? Or what's a cool Greek symbol for our shell? Phi omega. Delta is neat. The one next to omega. Oh, that one's cool. Psi. Psi ASCII symbol. That's the Unicode, but I just want to copy the character. Okay, so that'll be our shell. So our shell will be psi with a greater than. So we're gonna have to somehow hide, make it so you can't. So we'll have 2 line edits. Do an HBox container. And we'll do 2 line edits. And one of them you'll be able to talk to, and the other one you won't. This is, how do we disable this? Editable off. Oh, but then it changes the look. So we're gonna have to change some things here. Text cannot be added. Okay. And then this is gonna be like that. Shell. Command. I like the idea that this game may require you to write things down on a piece of paper. I think we're going to make it that way. So you're going to have to mark stuff down like in a notepad or something, like a text or whatever. Gross. I'm kind of thinking more and more it's going to have like basically like clue mechanics. Where you're like, okay, I know it's not this, I know it's this. Like you reduce and deduce certain things by hacking certain systems and stuff, and you're trying to be able to solve the murder, but obviously it's not a murder, but solve the game. Something like that I think is going to be cool. So shell and command. So shell line edit. So we need to know what we're connected to. So var SSH connection is an endpoint. So, and this is interesting too, because when you SSH from one shell to another, we have to somehow show the depth of you're in this computer and you're in this computer, and how deep are you in your connection into some sort of network. So that'll be cool. I love the idea of being able to take a picture, use the front facing camera of the phone and silently take a picture and see if it's your target. So that would be cool to be able to do, but we would need multiple like different faces and stuff. I don't know. Maybe I just do a stupid 2D face generator thing with like, you know, mustache, no mustache, eyebrows, this, you know, sunglasses, that, etc. It's turning into Papers, Please. Okay, but we're still just trying to get like sort of the tech going here of like, okay, I can hack. And that feel like I'm hacking something. Ooh, I'm breaking in. Yeah. SSH connection. So we have, if we successfully crack if we have the password and we sign in, we're all set. Now, generally in real life, SSH requires, it's a handshake and you have a public and a private key, and those two things interlocked, and that's how you're authenticated on top of the password. We're just going to do password for now. Maybe if we were to design this into a real game, we would be like, okay, these targets you're going to need this kind of thing or whatever. I like the idea too of like getting a bot army so you can do attacks against certain things. So you're actively infecting workstations, private computers primarily, to then use as attack vectors for larger targets to bring them down. So that would be cool. That would be very cool. But for now, we just want to be able to SSH into some shit, right? So that's what we're trying to do here. So let's say that the router has a password. Var password is a string. How do we know the password? I don't know. Is it an exported value? No. Oh shit, we're going to need a dictionary of common passwords. That'll be fun to build out. Okay. Initialize password equals Taco Bell forever. Eva. Taco Bell forever. Okay, so right now in our world, every single thing that you can SSH into has a password of Taco Bell forever. Okay. So, IP SSH connection. We're going to create another endpoint. Cell tower is going to have a public IP. So how do we establish a device and say you are public? Cell tower. Cell tower. Small. Now, obviously, this is probably buried behind firewalls and stuff. But for now, okay. Those are the devices. Device, cell tower, corpo. So, but IP public or private. That's what we'll do. So endpoints. So var IP. So we'll just have public bool. And this is going to be an export. So how do we teach people to play this? Don't quite know how I'm going to do that just yet. It may be, here's a list of commands. Like, maybe you go to it and it's just like, you try a command and it's like, invalid command, use slash whatever to see available commands, right? Which I don't remember in Linux what that is. Linux command to list all commands. We'll just call it commands. Compgen is the command for Linux. Compgen. But we'll call it commands. Command not found. Use command to list all available commands. Period. Percent. Can you check Telegram? I'll be out in just a second, Miss Cricket. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Okay, back. Thank you. Command block not found. Use command list all available. Okay. Is that how you spell available? No. Able. So apparently there's a green game jam where bigger titles add greed elements to their games to bring awareness or whatever to Earth stuff. MTG Arena is participating in this with a set of shitty land skins that cost like $15. Is it on itch? I don't know what MTG Arena is. Oh, Magic the Gathering. Oh, Wizards of the Coast. Oh, okay. Hmm. Feckless corporate activism. My favorite is when they ask you to donate after a transaction happens. You're at the register, you've ordered, and then they say, would you like to donate? And then if you say yes, eventually that same company then advertises how much they donated to charity. And it's like, did you? Or was that when I did that for you? Which one was it? Pen Express loves doing that. It's 100% the company saying they donated. Customers feel better about themselves. I never feel good about it because I don't have time. I'm being asked on the spot to donate to a charity I possibly have never heard of. I don't know if they're an honest MPO. I don't know any of those things, you know? And they're going to tell me what it's for, but I don't know that it's actually going to go to that. And so it creates this onus of like, I'm supposed to know all these things about the thing I'm saying yes to. I always just say no. I have a charity I donate to already, because it's like I'm sorry, but no, like it's called the human fund. What's it called in Seinfeld? It's the human fund. We could do JetBrains. Taco Bell 5 ever. Mariano, how's it going? What kind of game you making? I'm just making I'm trying to make something where you're like hacking. So I'm working on the terminal system right now. Okay. I like hacking Godot. But it's a jam game, so I'm trying to do things quick. Trying to say you're hacking something together. That's the idea. That's the goal. That's the goal. Got to do it fast. Okay, so now we have internet, cell tower. This is a public. Okay, so if endpoint, there's type internet. Okay, we're gonna get rid of internet as a type. If it's public, it has a public IP. So then we'll create a public IP. Var available internet octet ones. Okay. Now this, now Tane, I can get into. I'm gonna make this static since it's the internet. And the reason why I'm doing this particular thing here, and we'll do the same thing for 1, 2, and 3, just so we don't create a clashing IP. Nasimerk, I don't know what that is. I must run. Good luck, dude. Soon we'll fight as gladiators in the jam arena, but not as brothers, as full-on battlers. Thanks for the stream. Yep, see ya. Okay, so we have our starting octet for the internets, removing 10, 172, and 192. Oh my god, that's the Tane. It's oh my god, that's such a reference. a chain I can get into. There's a clip of them doing behind the scenes of creating that, which is wild to see. Because originally he's like, I don't know about Tane, and then they feed him a line. Tane is something I can get into, and yeah. Now Tane. Increase the 4D, 3D, 3D, 3. Ah, shit! I totally forgot. I totally forgot about that. 4D. What's wrong with? Are you dealing with algorithms right now, Mariana? 4D, 3D, 3D, 3. Acronyms. Acronyms? What the hell's acronyms? Acronyms. Oh, with a Y? What's happening with my A? I don't know. You tell me. Now, Tane. I can get into. Okay. This is terrible code. Don't do this. Let's make a welcome message for the cell tower. Welcome to AT&T tower for whatever, some random set of color numbers. Okay. So, SSH 10.32.21.0-P Taco Bell for Eva. Okay. Something didn't work. Have you seen that Bongo Cat desktop thingy? Will you include an I'm in line? We gotta have that. Gotta have it. We also have to do that one music track. Do 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 for the Prodigy one. Boop 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 boop. You guys know the one? Firestarter? Is it Firestarter? I don't think it's Firestarter because it's from I'm thinking of the one that was in Hackers. It was the album before Fat of the Land. But no, Firestarter was Firestarter on Fat of the Land? Can't remember. No, it is? Which one was Firestarter on? Prodigy. Firestarter wasn't on Fat of the Land, right? I can't remember. Fat of the Land is such a good album. We need rollerblading in this game. Bongo Cat. I don't know what you're talking about. I want to make one that's an oiled up cartoon man, but he does squats and gets more swole. And then there'd be a leaderboard. Oh, I see. And no, it can't be women for multiple reasons. I won't be taking any questions. You can swap the model out for a model of Sonic if you want, though. Sonic. Gotta have it Sonic. Breathe. Yeah, I think I'm thinking of breathe. Let's look up the soundtrack to Hackers. 1995 soundtrack. Weird, it's not on the soundtrack. It's definitely, yeah, it's Breathe With Me. It's Voodoo People. That's the one I'm thinking of. That's the one. Beep 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 boop beep boop. Voodoo People. You do hoodoo voodoo people. That's my drum and bass right there. Shows up on TuneFind. When I was doing my beep 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 beep. You're like, ooh, Shazam that. It's exactly right. Copyright though. Yeah, exactly. I can't do it. We can start looking, let's start going through some music that we could use. And see if we can find some hacker-esque like music to do. I think it's in YouTube Studio. I can find the. Yeah, here we go. Let's see. We're gonna look for genre-specific electronic. And we got dance. I love for it to change depending on like how and what you're doing. It is funny to think that God, this is all gonna be modern fucking electronic. Jesus, this is gonna be terrible to try to find stuff. Creative Commons. Do they have a SoundCloud? It's going to be impossible to find the vibe. It's all this modern EDM shit. I have to create an account to even be able to stream it. What? There we go. How do I turn it down? I gotta be able to turn it down. Ah! Loud noises. Ah! Ah! Okay, there we go. So this is like synthwave. Hard to see any licensing information. There we go. This could work. Okay, so there's options. There's options. IP is a string. Argument 1 should be a float, but it's a string. What? Is log a reserved word? Oh, that's a math function. Okay, we'll call it output. Okay. Okay, so that's working. So we're connecting. Am I typing the wrong password? Taco Bell forever. So we'll just say verifying password. So we don't hit verifying password. Greater than or equal to. There we go. I'm in. I'm in. We're in. Fuck yeah. Okay. We're in. Okay. So we want to make this feel more alive. And so when this executes, we need to clear it out. So we want to stash our commands too, because now I got to rewrite it. So SSH 10.32.210.0 P Taco Bell for Eva connected verifying password. So it'd be cool if it said connected and then it's like verifying password dot and then boop. Even though obviously in real life it's instant, we're trying to gamify some of this, right? Connected, verifying password. So it could go really fast, but it's to have some sort of thing that's gamish, a gamish hin. Let's go ahead and wrap this around a margin container. And we're going to expand the margin. Theme overrides constants. 5, 5, 5, 5. Okay. There we go. So it's looking terminal-ish. It's looking pretty terminal-ish. Theme overrides. Font selected. Caret color. Selection color. Clear button. Outline size. 0. I don't don't know what that means. And we have styles. I want to get rid of the outline color when we're here. We need some way of like, okay. I'm excited. It's coming together. Good for streaming, not sure for other use cases. All right. Cool. Another place to get music, and people argue that this is not true, but I think it is from here. The music library. From YouTube's music library, which has quite a lot of music. And everyone's like, no, you can't use it. But their license is pretty clear. It's not, you can use this audio track in any of your videos, including videos you do not monetize, or that you monetize. No attribution is required. Then it says here, where is it? Here we go. You may not make available, distribute, or perform the music files from this library separately from videos and other content into which you have incorporated these music files. So to me, that's telling me that it can be used for things other than videos. How do you guys read that? Yamindo? Yamindo? Yamindo SoundCloud? Free and legal music downloads. Johnny Waffles, how's it going? We're hacking AT&T towers. Trying to find music for our lots of mid stuff though. Okay. Thanks, Ludo. I appreciate it. All right, I'll be right back. Give me like 2 minutes. A Shutterstock subscription, I can access a ton of stock music. Oh, wow. Okay, let's try to connect to something that's not valid. So we got to start using early returns here. I think we might need to do recursive stuff. I'm sure we'll find some commonality in some of these commands as well. So I got to start kind of pumping some of them out to figure out what we have. But like for now, I would need to wrap everything in an else statement here and go like, output no missing password or not missing password. SSH 10 32 210 0 P tacos invalid password. Okay, so we have SSH. So then when we're inside of something, we would want to get some information. So in map. We also need additional commands available for the specific endpoint. Router command to list. My kids jumped into Godot. I think he's enjoying it so far. Johnny, that's awesome. I'm biased, but that's really cool to hear. So they're saying show ARP. Let me try that. I'm going to try it on my router. SSH 192.168. Shh, I can't say it out loud. 0.1 L root P. Is it not password to log in? What is it? SSH password command. So you say L and then you provide the pass? Mm-hmm. IP, so show ARP. Show IP ARP. What is it called? So how could we do additional commands per different endpoint? Right now, these aren't even on router. We can't append to an enumeration, can we? Commands. These are our terminal. Our shell. So shell commands. So maybe we do a shell specific command. So when we're in something, It has its shell commands. We gotta simplify. Simplify, simplify, simplify. Okay. We are going to... I think I might be pooped. I might be pooped. I did a lot. Let's list in map. So we'll just do a fake version. We'll do our version of in map, right? So so once we connect, here's the other thing we can do is change our shell line. So we'll have a const equal default shell line string equals psi, what is it? So it's just psi. Trifork. It's like a trident. Put that in quotes. So that's our default shell line. So when we first start up, shell line text edit equals default shell line. So we gotta say set shell line. Func set shell line. Value string void and shell line text equals value %s %value and then set shell line to default shell line. And then when we connect to somewhere else, and we right here. So we set shell line to our IP. Endpoint IP. All right, so let's try again. SSH 10 32 210. What's wild is some of these might be real IPs that are, I mean, almost all of them will be. P Taco Bell for Eva connected. And then, yeah, so now we show, all right, that IP. Now, preferably, I'd like to show it as layers, like you're in the one shell and you're now here inside another workstation. So like if I SSH, it shows the username at and then but we don't have a username. And let's do different shell types depending on, we'll have different shell lines. So there's a corpo shell line appending. There's the government shell line. And then there's private shell line. Greek symbols. Maybe that's why so many people are watching. Or I presume, I don't know. 24. Yeah, yeah. Lots of you hanging out for the nudity. Just so much nudity here on the stream today, guys. Lambda for Corpo. We just want cool looking symbols. I don't give a shit about their meaning. Everything's intentional. Everything's on purpose. Phi. I mean, we're pi. Pi is always fun. Epsilon. Delta. He knows about nudity now? Oh no. So they're capital and lowercase versions of these things. Who would have known? Delta. And delta. And then pi. Pi is fun. We want little subtle feedbacks to the player that they're in different systems. Topless streaming. It's the new thing. It's the new meta. It's the new meta. Such a line so. So we'll say value, comma, resource endpoint type. Type. Var shell type lookup dictionary resource endpoint type string equals resource endpoint type corpo colon corpo shell line gov is the gov shell line and private is the private shell line. Okay. Set shell line. So it specifically wants a type. So how about if we don't set a type? Can be null. Null. Nope. Self. It's funny, I'm doing all this like trial and error for ten dot 45.91.0 dash P Taco Bell over ever. And now, yeah, so now we're in, that would tell us that we were in a corpo. So we're in a corporate shell. So that's all right. Hack the planet. Indeed. Indeed. Okay. So it's definitely gamified. So now in map, so for this, I want it to be like poop, 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 like it's coming out and discovering things. So we kind of need a universal, like, I'm doing something, hang on, indicator. So we're going to make a simple progress spinner. Using Burrell. Do you ever have a hard time differentiating between Leonardo da Vinci and Leonardo DiCaprio? Asking for a friend. All the time. Especially their nudes. Really hard to differentiate the two. Funk. Output. Progress. Time. We'll say seconds. It's a float value. We want to cycle through these, and we want to do this on the same line. So we have to get our current line. Rich text label. Progress bar delay. What the hell is this? I don't understand that. Text. Or meta underline. Text direction. Visible characters. Get. Get line count. Hmm. Assignments to text, clear the tag stack, reconstruct the properties contents. Any edits made to text will erase previous edits made from manual sources such as the print text and the pop message. So if we just get shell text string. Okay, I'm going to comment this out. But we're going to add that later. All right, guys, I'm going to raid out. Much love. Thank you for hanging out. Who should I raid? It might be on later tonight doing more programming. I'll probably be working on the Metroidvania. Tiny victories. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. See if we can find another Godot developer out there that I haven't rated before. No mic. Canyon Tower. This looks interesting.
It's odd. If something's free.
Canyon Eve Neo. We're going to raid them. No idea quality, quantity. Totally unknown. Much love to everybody out there. Call a loved one. I will be back Tuesday. And if I can get any streams in between then, it'll be at night. So until then, much love to you all, and have a good rest of your day. Yeah, and I'll see you around.